Hey everybody, it's a beautiful gray Pacific Northwest Saturday morning, and it's the first day of August, and I'm happy to see those gray skies. I was born to live under gray skies. I'm not a California man, I'm not a Texas man. I'm a green trees and gray skies kind of dude. When the sky is out gray, it's like you're being given permission to stay inside, not do barbecues and frisbees and outdoor orgies. No, you just get to the work that you want to do. You get into your little hobbies and creative things. And it's a good place to go if you're into that stuff. If like the definition of fun for you is not necessarily all those light, fluffy, visceral things that lots of people enjoy. Now, I enjoy those things too. But the very best thing is working on my game. All right. So I'm going to give a demo in just a moment, and a demo of something a little more interesting than usual. But I thought I would try in these things to, at least for a while, I'm going to try and give advice that is from the professional world of software development to the newbies. Okay, now if you want to just figure out how do I get my guy to shoot bullets inside of Unity, there's going to be 5 or 6 or 20 tutorials on that. And a lot of stuff that you do is it's going to be oriented towards a quick result when you're new at developing. You'll put something together pretty quick, and you'll be real happy that it works right then. Okay, so that may be where you're at in your period of development, and I'm assuming maybe for the purpose of this particular talk that the person I'm talking to is someone who's kind of a new game developer, or maybe even leaning towards intermediate. You've got some of the basics down. You kind of feel like anything that you wanted to try, you could look up some tutorial would tell you how to do it. You could hack it together. Okay. Now, if you wanted to get from that level to I can make a whole game and release it, then there's some other stuff you want to know. And what I want to tell you about now is anti-patterns. Okay. Because I actually walked right into an anti-pattern a few weeks back, and I'll explain what that is. I'm fixing the anti-pattern today. An anti-pattern is a bad solution that a lot of people will try because it seems like it'll be a good solution when you first look at it, but over time, a lot of people have tried to do it the same way, and it just has been proven pretty well to not be the best approach to a problem. So I'll give you an example of an anti-pattern, not in the software world, in the world of kitchen safety, I guess. If you ever have a grease fire in your kitchen, you're frying up some bacon or something, and suddenly it catches hold outside of the pan on some flammable material. Well, an anti-pattern would be to take a bunch of water and throw it on top of it. Now that works for a lot of things, but not for grease fires, because the water that you pour onto it, instead of just suffocating it by preventing oxygen, which it does do, it also can cause the oil that's flaming to splash around and spread the fire, and because there's grease particles that are in there that can spread by evaporation when you put the water onto it. At least my understanding is, I'm not like a fire safety expert or anything. My understanding is that immediate evaporation carries those grease particles further away from. Anyways, you don't want to put water onto a grease fire, even though it might be like one of the first things you think to try. It makes some sense to try it, but time has shown it's an anti-pattern. Don't do it that way, right? Okay, so I'll tell you about another anti-pattern that I walked into. And by the way, how do you learn about anti-patterns in advance? You just got to read a bit. Like you could say, you could search for top 10 Unity mistakes, or top 10 C# mistakes, or C# anti-patterns, and just Google around a bit. You'll find some stuff. So here's one anti-pattern that is very specific to a certain type of game, a certain data structure. And I ran into this at least 3 or 4 times before, because I make a lot of tile-based games. So tile-based games, they rely on having data structures that say, you've got, let me just go to my work screen and I can see. I read a little bit about grease fires just to make sure I wasn't going to spread horrible bullshit. Okay, so tile-based game. Here's one. Mine. Wow, look at that. Right? Okay, so you've got inside of the scene, you've got game objects that express where all these objects are in a 3-dimensional world. But there's also, and this is very common to tile-based games, a separate data structure which is simplified, and it doesn't say where all the geometric locations are of things, but it says, in this column, in this row, stored in an array or a list or some kind of collection data structure, we've got this type of thing in it. So if you want to have some logic that says, for example, if I push this block, where is it going to go? You don't have to do a bunch of ray casting and checks against all the 3D objects. You can instead check inside of this grid-like data structure, which is effectively an index to the type of thing that is in each square. So if you have a game where you are constantly checking, what is the contents of this square? What about this other square over here? And also, you don't really care a lot about the animations and things that might move things around. That's not quite the right statement. And also, you don't want to depend upon the position of these objects in the scene world to figure things out. Then, a tile-based set of data structures is a good thing to have. So then the next problem that you may have to solve, and this is where my anti-pattern comes in, is what should that data structure be? So I've got some squares that have more than one object that could be in them. I've got this square here can have ice, which is this thing I've got highlighted, but also this guy here, a brawler. In theory, he could walk onto this square. So I have to have some way to represent that both of those things are occupying that square inside of my game data structure. And I did that by creating 2 layers. One was, I call it the O layer, and the other one I called the M layer. And they don't really line up cleanly on one concept. Like, but O tends to be things which are stationary, and the M layer tends to be things that move around. And there are some exceptions to that. The O layer also tends to be the lower layer, and the M layer tends to be things that are on top of it. These boxes here I made on the M layer. These spikes I put on the O layer. Okay. So you could have like a list on each of the squares. You could say I can have as many things in that square as I want. But a list isn't really an efficient data structure, and also if you know rather exactly what you're searching for and certain things are on certain layers all the time, instead of going to that square and saying I'm going to look at each item in the square and I'm going to take the one that matches what I'm looking for, you can say, well, I'm looking for ice in this case. I know ice is always on the O layer, so I'll just check specifically at this location on the O layer to see if there's ice there. Okay, so having a static count of things that can be inside of one square is actually a good pattern. It's good for performance because you can look things up a little bit quicker. It's good for memory usage. So there's nothing wrong with that, but the problem comes up. I'm getting to the anti-pattern that I ran into. The problem comes up. Eventually, you may want to have more than 2 things or more than X things in the square. And by starting with a fixed allocation, you're setting some kind of limit to what all can be in that square. And I hit against that limit when I went over and made this thing called an axle. So axle is a complex object. It's the most complex object in my game. It's got this part here, which is the axle that things rotate around. It's got this thing which I call a spoke. So there can be, on any axle, there can be a north spoke, south spoke, west spoke, and east spoke. So if I go, I want a west spoke, suddenly there's another spoke over here. Okay, it can also have spikes on it, and the spikes have to be someplace as well. I put them on the O layer because these other spikes were on the O layer too, and like I was saying before, it's good to know where a certain kind of thing is. These spikes are really the same as these spikes from a game behavior point of view. Visually, they're represented as being hooked up to this whole thing, but underneath the hood, I represent them the same way. Okay, so then I had the problem of what if I've got 2 kinds of spikes? Let me just make another set, and I'll bring it over here. Put this here, okay. So it's sufficient to represent this square as containing spikes while visually the game objects have it coming in from different directions. From a game logic point of view, it doesn't care that there's 2 spikes going into the square. If you walk in that square, you're dead. Okay? So I got around the need to add extra layers to represent those 2 kinds of spikes by using a reference counting scheme on the spikes, so that I would say, okay, if these spikes move out of the square, I'll reduce the reference count of spikes on this piece, and I'll know, since it's still at 1, that I can keep one of these things here. Alright, so that was like my first tiny step into the anti-pattern. The next thing I found is, okay, if I've got ice underneath, alright, give me some ice. Give me some ice. If I've got ice underneath the path over here, okay, I can't use the reference counting trick anymore. The spikes are on the O layer, but so is the ice. So I thought about it a little bit, and the reason why I went for this anti-pattern is that I was so close to being done with this, and I just needed to do a little more work. I didn't want to have to refactor it all, change it to be something better. Okay, so I thought about this, and I thought, well, if the spikes are here, from a gameplay point of view, I don't have to worry about the ice working like ice, because if the player steps onto this square, I don't have to have the player slide, I just have to have them die when they go onto the spikes. So I thought what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I'll visually leave the ice there, I'll visually leave all the spikes, but in the game state I'll put the spikes here. When the spikes are there, the spikes will be in the O square, and the ice, I'll let it be overwritten by the spikes, but I'll keep track that there used to be ice here, so when these spikes move, I'll just rewrite this O square to contain ice. So the O square kind of flips around to hold two different values. Either spike, if I've got it rotated so the spike's on top of it, or ice. That's the anti-pattern, where you have an object that is temporarily overriding the game state logic for a square, and it keeps a reversion value and is responsible for putting it back how it was when it leaves. Every time I've used it, almost every time, I shouldn't be so absolute, the logic started getting unwieldy, hard to maintain, more edge cases came up. The correct thing to do is to enlarge the square structure so that it contain some other piece of information for the new thing that doesn't quite fit, so you can avoid having the acting object that moves onto the square keep track of what's going to be there after it leaves. So the algorithm I had is kind of like this. You see this fan here? Say this fan occupies a square, okay? And we want to track that the fan is right here, so we keep that square data structure pointing to a fan. So we say, what is here? What is here? What is here? In this square right here, referring to our data structure, it says you got a fan right there, okay? So suppose I need to walk into the place where the fan is. I pick up the fan. Now I'm holding it. I've taken responsibility for putting this fan back where I'm standing as soon as I leave. But the data structure that's keeping track of what's in this square says an Eric is in this square. Is there a fan in this square? No. No, there's no fan. Now, in my scope of me, I know that I've got this fan, but I've taken responsibility for it. And so when I leave, I set the fan back down. I've left that square. So that's the anti-pattern. Don't do that. It's causing me trouble. So you can kind of see where the trouble comes up when you've got more than one thing that's doing this. So suppose that I have two axles, and I don't even want to put this here and see what happens, because it's going to be trouble. If I have two axles and they both have this kind of reversion logic to them, where as soon as a spoke disappears from an area, it's going to put whatever was there behind it. Well, come on. It starts to get much, much more tricky when you've got two of them. So I go, say, east spoke here, and there's no ice here. Okay, this guy says, you know, as soon as I leave, I will put the ice back. That's fine. But then this other axle here has the same type of logic, and I could have it be going north, and it says, you know what, as soon as I leave, I'm going to put the ice back. Okay? So maybe it works, maybe it doesn't for every situation, but eventually you're going to get a thing where this guy ends up getting tripped up on the state, like it thinks that that there was a spike here previously before it got here, so it copies the spike into its memory of what was there previously. Then the first axle gets rotated in a direction and it puts the ice square back, okay, and then the second axle gets rotated, it puts a spike back. But there's no spike there, or there shouldn't be a spike there. There's definitely visually not a spike there, so that's a bug. And the other problem with this kind of janky reversion hack is that it assumes I'll never want to know if there's both ice and a spike there, or more than one object there. I'll never want to check that the spike being there is always sufficient to learn that it's there, and I don't need to learn that there's also ice there, or some other type of, maybe not even invented yet, type of thing that's there. So that's the anti-pattern. It's gotten me into some trouble. It's definitely given me a little bit of grief with prediction stuff. Let me finish doing a demo, and I'll actually be able to show you a little more about what I'm talking about if I just do a demo. Let's yank that. Let's hit play. Okay. Okay, I actually started moving all the spike information to a spike layer so it'd be separated out. I'm not completely done removing all the reversion logic from the axle. Okay. But I do have the spikes on their own layer now. It will be necessary for me to keep going and get all the reversion logic out of it. I'll do that in this session. So this is actually working pretty well with the change I made. The one thing that is not working is it's not showing that I can travel to the east and push through this. It's treating it like an obstacle. That's because there's some synchronization between my different predictive states that hasn't happened yet, because I haven't finished updating the axle, so it removes the reversion logic. Okay, let's demo something a little more interesting that's in a different category altogether. I've got new artwork from Isak, and I have not seen it yet. You're gonna watch me unbox it, basically. I want to give a caveat. I've not seen it yet. If for some reason it comes through and it looks like it's got problems or stuff like that, I do not want anyone watching this to hold that against Isak. He's done a wonderful job of providing models to me that worked the first time I got them. So yeah, anyways, I can't say enough good things about Isak. So I'm going to do something slightly dramatic and open up something that I haven't seen before and react to it. And also I want to reserve my ability to be underwhelmed, you know. But I don't want to say anything bad about Isak in general. I don't want the experience to make it seem like if it is underwhelming, I don't want the experience to go against the good history that I've had with them and color anyone's opinion. He's done excellent work. He's done it well. He's done it fast. So he's great. So I'm going to open this up. I've not seen it before. It is a set of what I call bystanders. I commissioned it a week or so back. Okay, so the thing that I gave Isak was some very vague direction about, I want like a bunch of kind of science fiction-y looking things that I can use to make a crowd of NPCs with all the slight variations. You know, you picture like in a lot of games you go into a town, there's a bunch of people to talk to, and they're not attacking you or anything, they're just all there. You want some variation in them. They would be wearing different clothes. You want male and female and all that. So that's it. I want a bunch of crowds, town folk, to use RPG cliches, even though there's nothing like one of these towns. You know, it's going to be different than that. But just to get the idea across quickly. Okay, so Spike, the heavy. Crowd. Oh, he made a scene for me. I'm gonna go check out the scene. All right, so there's two ladies here. There's another one over here. That's cool. Alright, so the idea is I can take these and kind of mix and match their different parts. So we've got IA and IB. Okay, let's see what IB looks like. Let's see. Okay. All right, so he's giving me some different feet here. Let's see what they all look like. Alright, that's the bare feet. Some boots. By the way, by design, this is all super low poly. So, if you're looking at it and saying, oh, I've seen better models than that, get high poly models. The whole point of this is you're going to see these characters from way far away, like this, and maybe like this, right? Is there a lot of point in having more details in this? No, there's not. It make the game run slower, you know. So this is the right level of detail that I asked for. Alright, so we got 4 variations on footwear. Hands, let's check out the hands. Okay. Bare hands. Some gloves. Different type of glove with some open fingers. And then it looks kind of like oh, nice. Making it more long-sleeved. That's cool. Oh wait, there's a male here too. Okay. Ow, geez, I have like 2 models active at the same time. Did not realize that. Okay, let me... Dang, it's all here. Male, female, all the variations. Okay. Man, there's a lot here. And it's all turned on right now. Okay, so the feet apparently and the hands are shared between male and female, as are the eyes. It's a little confusing, man. How is that? I see. Okay, no, it works. So he's got some common things that are shared between male and female, and then you go into the male or the female, and there's further refinements that can be made. This mask. Let me check out this. What's this? All right, this is pretty cool. I could see myself making a script to go on top of this and have it set, you know, randomly. Maybe there's a button you say pick random, and then it sets everything random, and you can go in and change, you know, which of each thing you want. So like right now I'm doing a lot of hiding stuff and then adding back in because it's got everything showing at one time. Let me start by hiding everything, and I'll go through and put it back in. All right. So let's do one leg. Okay, some shorts, top, hair, 1, feet. That's bare feet. Okay. Do some pants there. I like the thin appearance of these people. Like they don't look tough, they don't look strong. They just look like normal people, maybe a little bit puny, right? It'll be a nice contrast to some of the other creatures that you interact with, which are more made for action. And this is a very cool coat. Just to give you an idea of what Isak worked from, go over to the concept art they sent him, which is like not even actually concept art, it's just vague hand waving about things that might look cool. Let me see if I can find it. I think I put this together with Sleazy Davy. I think he actually helped me figure out some of this stuff. Okay, Godkiller. Work assets, concept art. Here we go. So this is what I sent Isak. I sent him some things like this coat here, and he made that coat. I sent him like this crowd of people, just kind of giving you an idea of like what a whole crowd of these science fiction-y type people might look like with slightly varied clothing. I pointed out a few colorful characters from different movies. Like he worked in the glasses here. And I copied back to him his own previous design for the Yasmin character as being in the right vein. And I gave him a palette to work with over here. I said maybe just try to keep it inside these colors. So that's what he worked from. And you know, I just had some stuff here. But yeah. That's it basically, and you know what? I don't see how he could have followed the vague directions I gave him any better, and this is a good result. So let me just look at a few more things here. The top is pretty cool. I mean, it comes down a little bit. And I said don't make it real long because then I won't be able to animate it. It'll look stiff. You know, I didn't want to get into fabric animation. It just wouldn't have been a good use of computation. Let's see. What's number 3? Zenomio. Say something that proves you're not a bot, man. Pog, chat. I would respond to that, but what response is there? Are you a bot? You're probably a bot. I don't want to talk to a bot, man. If you're not a bot, I apologize. I don't mean to dehumanize you, but just had a lot of bots coming through here, and they're not the best entertainment. You could say I'm biased against bots. Getting a little bit sexy here. Hot. This is cool. This is really cool. Man. Isak is the shit. Nice. It's actually a really good mix. Because you've got some that are, I mean, they're kind of a little bit sexy, and then there's others that are just normal, you know? Like if it was all, oh, look at that, you know, it'd be kind of stupid. Let me see. Brave New World. Show. This is a great show, by the way. It's a good book, too. You know, there was a book There was a little book they made called Brave New World a while back. But you know, as I was looking at some of the clothing for the Brave New World people, nah, it's much more uniform. I thought there might be similarities, but not really. Okay, so I feel ridiculous saying these are sexy, you know. It's like they're gonna be like down here like this, or off over here, maybe a little bit like that. But it's, if someone manages to get some erotic joy out of these, so be it. But that's not really what I'm going for. Anyways. I looked through them. I didn't even go through all the possibilities. There's like more stuff there. I'm real happy with these. Real happy. I also have, since he didn't assign a single texture to the whole mesh with UV mapping, I can go in and I can change the colors. I can get some variety in skin color. So like, I just want to have just a little more representation or something, you know, of the normal amount of diversity we might have. I can just go do, or go, plenty of room to fiddle around with that. All right. I think that's all good for that. I want to go back to the thing that I was actually involved with before, which is fixing that reversion logic in the axle. That might take me an hour or two. Then I want to do something more fun after that. Something that's got a little joy of results to it. All right. One thought I had is, now that I've moved the spikes out of the O layer and they're in their own spikes layer, the other type of thing that's there is spoke pieces. And the spoke pieces move around to different locations. I'm thinking, do I want to move them to the M layer? If I move them to the M layer, then that would be the last thing that needs the reversion, because the spoke pieces are stored in the O layer, and ice can be in the ice can be underneath a spoke, which puts it in the O layer as well. I'm also noticing, I think I'm going to fix this while I notice it. These spikes, they are out a little distance from the spoke. Let me go into the model and fix that. Otherwise it's going to drive me nuts. I have to keep looking at it as I work on things. I just don't want that. Messed up here. Yep, cool. Is it one side or both sides? If I set this to 0, is that wrong? Yeah, that's wrong. Okay. Do I just want to set a value here? Yeah, it just seems like they should all be at 0.3. That should fix them. Guys on the other side look okay. I do see what looks like maybe 1 point in the wrong spot. Yeah. I think that fixes it. So if I come back here, they're messed up, but all I gotta do is and they're fixed. That's good. All right. Save all that. Okay, so my question is, what if the spokes were on the M layer? Let me do a git commit, because I just got to a nice point where I might want to revert. If I need to, git add assets. This is right before maybe I fuck it up. Alright, so spokes piece. Spoke piece. Let me see if anything's still using revert. I don't think anything should. Okay, I want the layer to be M. So we'll say let me see if my touch code will touch M squares. Yeah, it should work with M squares too, or M layers. Okay, I fully expect something to be broken but I don't know of anything that would break yet. So axle controller, I've deleted the revert stuff. Okay, let me think about though, for my rotation, or my can rotate, I think. I think I'm just going to try it. I'll see if it works. If I notice a problem, I'll debug it. There's a chance it'll just work. I didn't do anything that complicated. Okay, it's hitting against the spikes down there, I guess. Maybe that's it. I can't remember if I was using that to block. Yeah, I think I was. Okay. Let me get rid of the spike here. Let me try this again. Okay, it's getting caught on something. Maybe the ice. Maybe the M layer. It's like it's saying, okay, there is something at the M layer. This is going to be it. So it checks for M's in the quadrant it's going into. It's going to find spoke pieces. Okay. So I'll go ahead. Check through all of this. Is this counterclockwise? Okay. So this should go here. Let's see what's actually blocking. I think it is spiking. Yes, okay. To check 9 or 12? Okay, 12. So it checks in also the location the spoke is going to arrive at. Okay, so pretty sure that it's going to block down here. In fact, I'm just so certain of it. I'm just going to hit play and I'm going to see what it does. Oh, I'm wrong. Okay, so what is it then? This one? Is it this one? So these are the 3 places that could return true. Here's the false. Let's try it again. Okay. Okay. So here's where I would normally be able to say, okay, don't worry about it, it's the spoke. But since I have to check for an M piece instead, that's not going to work. That's fine. I'll just check for an M piece up. I'll just get the M piece up here. Is the O piece used for anything? No, it's not. This is not going to be hard to fix, I think. So we'll take M piece up here. I kind of wonder if I need that is blocking L piece. So I'm thinking about the O pieces I've got. So if I've got spikes here, do I want the spikes to block it? Visually, I think I do need to have them block it. From a gameplay perspective, I might enjoy having some spikes in this area and being able to have the spokes go through them, but I don't want to violate a player's expectations for how things in this world should work. So I do need to check for O pieces. Piece equals, but then also, okay. Since I moved the spikes to a spike layer, they won't show up here. There might be some other type of O piece thing. I'll leave this logic intact. Okay, I'll say also if board has spike at CRH, same thing. And I think actually I can just inline this. That it's not used anywhere else. Let me try this. I'm feeling good about this set of changes here. That probably worked, right? No? Okay, what are you hitting? Spikes, I'm thinking. It's got to be down here. Yeah, it's down there. And I don't know which of these two return true. Let's set the breakpoint up above. And try it again. Okay, will this be null? I hope. Yeah, it's null. Squares, what's CNR? Just in case I'm reading it wrong. C 6945. 6945, okay. Yeah. Okay, so it's going to be that there's spikes there, although I will double check. O piece will be null. It's a has spike. Wait. Did you call has spike? I didn't see you go into has spike. Confused. Okay. I think I have to restructure this so I can see it better. True. Okay. And what is CRH relative to the axle? Is 71, 41, 12, 72, 44, 12. So this is axle's at 72, 44, 12, and this is where again? 71, 41, 12. Okay. So it's finding the same spike that is attached to it and blocking itself. I've got some options here. I'm going to try the easiest one. I know I just talked through it and said that I thought it would be confusing, but maybe it's not. Let me just eyeball it, see what it looks like. Okay, so if I've got spikes there, I just disable has spike. We'll just say false for now. Okay. Now I just run it. Let's see how bad it looks. Maybe it looks fine. If it does look fine, this will be the easiest solution. Okay, I've got a bug. I think it didn't move the spokes. Okay, I'm gonna get myself a little snack, a little lunch snack. I'm gonna come back up here and eat it while I'm working on this. I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right. So we've got more than one problem here. Oh, weirdly, I lost my my camera tracking. There must be a whole bunch of bugs that are being reported in the console. Yeah. Okay, so the predictive system is getting messed up. Let's see, does this happen on the main board too? It does. Wait a minute, was this first one from the main board? Yeah. Okay. What's going on there? I gotta turn off my maximize. I'm missing my console stuff. Let me start over. We got two things to look at here. The first one is, am I okay with this thing, with the spoke rotating through the floor spike? One thing I could do, if I want to keep this to allow it to go through the spikes, is I could visually make a gap from the bottom, just a little bit of a gap, just enough to hint at. It's okay, it can go over the top of stuff. It can go over the top of these spikes. I don't even need to make the gap be entirely as high as the spikes. It just has to be up a little bit higher. So I think that looks pretty good. Particularly if I raise the bottom of the spoke a little bit. Now I'd rather be able to put spikes in the same area that the spokes are going to travel through. From a gameplay perspective, there's more possibilities. Okay, on the first, whoa. Okay. So I know what's happening now. It's causing the second error. I'm pushing this spoke. And I guess before it updates, the player tries to walk into the square. Maybe that's the case, maybe. But the square is not empty. The square's got a spoke piece in it when the player tries to step into it, and that causes an error. Okay, so walk, it's gonna be from here. Where's touching? Okay, so touching occurs here. And that should clear the space though. Like by the time this comes back, I'm actually expecting for the pieces to have moved. So there should be rotate. So this remove spokes from board. That should remove the spoke pieces. Let me check the code there. Actually, it's going to be in remove spoke. All right, this is the problem right here. I've got it setting O to null. Should be M. Okay. Cool. Okay, and I've got some other code down here. Oh, rotation blockage. Just get rid of this has spike stuff. Don't need it. Okay. Clear that, and let's try it again. Ah, that's fun. What the hell? I do not even know what I'm looking at. But I don't trust it. What the fuck just happened? What's that? Oh, jeez. The other thing that is just a total pain in the ass is that it's always like trying to recreate the spikes and instance prefabs at times when you're not supposed to do any. I just have endless troubles with these things. It looks like I have some garbage here to remove. Okay, let's go AF. Let's just get rid of all that. Okay, let's do the axle. Okay, a bunch of garbage here. All these spikes. Okay, so I think maybe my old friend, the Sane organization, came into play there. Okay, so I cannot unpack this. That is a thing. Alright, keep it simple. Start with that. See if I can get that working. So far so good. Console. Just this stupid Pro Builder error. Either Unity or Pro Builder should fix. Okay. This is good. Okay. And then I hit unplay and then all this shit. What is that about? Man. Oh, it's the seek raise. Oh, well that's actually correct. It has nothing to do with the axle. Yeah, okay. So some of these I have to unpack, others I have to not unpack. This is one I have to unpack. Okay. So if I clear that, hit play. I'll go mess with this a little bit just to... Okay, and unplay. Okay, now we're back to normal. Alright, so the next thing I was going to do, just to be legit, is make bottom part look like it could go over the top of spikes. And I could just get rid of this bottom row. Let me save, and then I'll delete this bottom row. If I have to, I can revert. Then I want to get all the points that matter. Which might be a little hard. Why? Ugh. Alright. Maybe if I just get this guy moved up a little bit. Dang it. Why would you totally deselect everything? Okay. Let's move this up. Oh, let's turn off the snap. Turn off the snap unless I do that. Then I got to reselect again. Nope, they're there. Good. Okay, cool. So move this up to here. And this part down here, I want to also move up. Might have got them all. Let's try that. Okay. I think that might be good for just giving a hint that there's a way for the spikes to go underneath. Let me just see what that looks like. I will want to reposition these spikes so they're a little more even, but I want to see if I got the bottom part looking all okay. I think that's a pretty good compromise. I mean, you're not really going to see the bottom much, but there's like, see right there, there's a little bit of a gap in the shadow there. Suggests there's clearance, right? That's all I need. Just a little suggestion that I am taking the conventions of our own physical world into account when I display things in this other game world. Alright, so back to the spoke pattern. Let's fix the spikes. I'll just take the bottom row down here and just think. Let me see if I can just get a number that works. 0.8. 0.6. Oops. Oh, that's lower. Okay, so 1. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Might be it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that. Okay. Turn this guy back on and all right, let's see what that looks like. I don't like it as much. I'm going to be honest with you. The gaps in the spikes are not looking good to me. So it's not a problem, the gap on the bottom. I'm okay with that. But the gaps between the spikes with just 5 spikes, it looks a little off. Hard to explain why. It just doesn't seem like it's spiky enough. I can fix that. I'm double checking. Do I feel okay with the gap? The only downside of the gap underneath, maybe it's a little bit harder to see which space the spoke covers, maybe. Nah, it's not bad. I'm just used to it looking the other way, so it initially looks a little bit weird to me. Okay, so let me fix the layout of the spikes so it's not so sparse. I think it might be okay. If I just add one more column. Set this to 2. This might be the right way to do it. Okay, so let's do another one here. Bring that up. Let's see what this looks like before I do the other side. Okay. Well, it's definitely enough spikes now. So I could keep them lined up like that. I could also go with staggering. So at some angles, it looks pretty good to have them lined up. Here, where they're just overlapping a little, staggering would look better. Let me try staggering. Okay, I think that's what I want. Okay, I'll do the other side. Just gotta make the other side match. Alright, I kind of know how to do this more quickly. I just have to duplicate. Call this rename. Okay. We'll see if this works. Wow. Almost. Pretty close. Got the Y correct. But not really. Not really. Okay, fine. So the top row is lined up, the bottom row is not. It's apparently not very symmetrical. So let's see. If I do x 0.3, come over here. It also says, oh wait, it's z value, 2.131 versus 0.631. I don't know if that's not going to work because it's a local position. I can't just copy one to the other. Let me just eyeball it. It won't be that hard. Since I know it's a bit asymmetrical, I feel like I might as well split the difference between the two of them, get closer to symmetrical. So I'll move the other side towards the bottom row. Just a tiny bit. Okay, that seems all right. go with the right spikes. And I can't actually push it unless I've got another spoke, so let's add one more spoke, and then I'll try it out. Okay, that's operating pretty good. Now I need to finish the synchronization logic, which will allow the predictions to be better. So I've got some good predictions around the spikes. Those work fine. But what I'm missing is the predictions of what will happen when you rotate things, because I haven't synchronized those. This one is probably going to be a little tricky to synchronize. Let's see, do I have serialization underneath everything here? I said serializable. Alright, so what is my plan? It will be a little tricky. So I'm synchronizing the spoke pieces, but they all have reference to one shared instance of this thing called an axle controller.
Hey, yeah, so we're like 2 blocks away from the protest, and this is Portland. Oh my God, look at all the fires and the rioting and the looting, and oh my God, Portland is so unsafe and under siege.
Sorry, I was replying to a text. I guess I'll let you in on it. So, I have one family member who has certain beliefs about protests and you could say they're aligned with the American right-wing viewpoint, which is pro-law and order. A little bit of afraid of the chaos that the protests have brought. Some of the aspects like looting or violence initiated by people within the protest group are on their minds. And this idea that the cities are out of control because of these militant protesters that are running around doing just chaotic things and don't have any respect for law and order. That's the viewpoint of this family member. My viewpoint's different, and so is my wife's. And she sent me some footage showing Portland, and the narrator was walking around saying in a sarcastic tone, "Whoa, look at all the danger and chaos, look how horrible it is, the destruction, violence, and it's just peaceful streets." And my wife suggested, maybe we should send it to this family member. I don't think so. Because it's media that isn't made to persuade anybody. It's media that is made to make people who already have that point of view, or maybe are close to it, either feel more confident about their own point of view, or to, maybe in a few cases there's a few people that are on the fence. It's like, is it okay down there, or is it a big old mess? You might persuade them with a media like that. Some footage showing at least one section of the city, maybe not all of them, is not nearly as bad as some media sources would make it out to be. But if you are in the middle of the worldview and the set of beliefs that it's a law and order problem, people are being unreasonable, we're not respecting the police enough, and the police have a difficult job, and what about the police? You got all these kind of thoughts playing in your head. It's not just as simple as saying that, someone in that belief system won't respect facts. It's not even as simple as that. It's that you cannot provide enough facts that would negate the possibility of some other facts being present. So like maybe you could walk around the corner and you could see a hellscape that wasn't pictured in the particular footage that this kind of left-leaning type person had put together. It's so easy to refute these things if your starting point of view is going against a small set of facts given to you. You just say, well, that's not the complete set of facts. There's some more data to collect. There's some more footage you could show. What about, and then somebody that's really loaded up, they'll say, what about July 17th? There's this other footage we've got. It shows somebody in a mask and they're beating on a cop. And there probably is some footage like that someplace. And the cop is just like, it's like, no, don't hurt me. Okay. So we pick and choose whatever is going to, confirm our bias. But this idea that you can present facts to sway opinions, here's why it doesn't work. Because most all of us, even myself, are not engaged enough in a complete collection of all the facts. What am I saying? Not even all the facts. But like, if you really wanted to know the truth about the situation, you would have to collect much more information and verify it much more carefully than any of us are doing. And since everyone is getting like little bits and anecdotes and tiny little bits of news, and they're curating them to arrive at whatever conclusion is most comfortable for you. I've put myself in this category too. We're not really persuadable by facts. We're all looking at facts, really. I mean, there's some people that are totally divorced from facts, like entirely, and there's nothing coming into them related to facts. But most of us, on both sides or multiple sides of an issue, are actually acting upon facts. It's just we receive a small percentage of facts, and maybe they're not the right things to look at. We should be looking more at statistics, but people hate looking at statistics. So instead of collecting a bunch of anecdotes together that support your point of view or don't, we should be looking more at numbers. But we're not oriented that way. I'm not either. I know the times that I have dove deep and really examined some issue, what I came away with was a well-informed guess. So it's the old adage that the more you study and learn, the less you know, or less you feel you know. That's definitely true when you get deeper into these things. So like for police violence, which I spent some years not just reading about, but working with activists and talking to police and talking to victims and going to legislative sessions and commission hearings and things like that. So for police violence, there are two stories there, and they are both simultaneously true. One is that the police have a difficult job, and there are many situations that a normal person looking at from the outside is not able to see the difficulty of that situation for them. And if that normal person, that lay person, were in the same situation, they might just shit their pants, metaphorically or concretely. Okay, that's one story. Police are trying; it's a hard job. It's real difficult to do. That's one side of the story. The other side is there's abuse of power, there's corruption, there's people getting killed and injured due to an inappropriate use of force. That is also simultaneously true, but neither one by itself is actionable. Neither one by itself is actionable. You'd have to look at things a little more holistically. And I did. And the conclusion I came away with was the second thing is a much bigger problem than the first thing. And I don't even look at it as a racial problem. It's a human problem. Now, it is true, it definitely is true, that some races are more impacted by this problem. There's no question about it, and discrimination plays into it. It's not just black people that are have stats that show that there's more use of police violence in their incidents. It's also Native Americans, Hispanics. So there's no surprises there. You go and you look at it, and the stats will show you that those groups are treated worse on average, and there's more incidents where there's inappropriate use of violence used in the situation. Okay, but the problem is not just for those racial groups, it's for all of us. You think you can't get your head kicked in by a police officer or some corrupt bullshit reason? It happens all the time. So I'm real frustrated about this because it's so hard to say anything to somebody that has a different point of view and make any kind of difference. Likewise, it's so hard for someone with a different point of view to come and persuade me because they don't come with the right tools. Neither of us do. And neither group of people are ready to engage and have a different point of view coming out of that engagement. We're not looking at the right information to make decisions, and we don't have any fluidity, any willingness to change our point of view. So somebody who is hardcore against police abuse should be willing to make some nuanced changes to their point of view if they think that all police officers are going around kicking people's ass and are all corrupt, and they need more information in their heads, right? So yeah, I don't know. I said enough. I haven't said anything that valuable. It's something that bothers me a lot. Bothers me when I have a family member who I love and who is actually trying to make sense out of the world, and they're just looking up what their approved media sources provide them. And it bothers me when I have friends, left-leaning friends, and they get on their own bandwagon, and a little bit of deviation from the party line over there is going to cause them to treat you as the enemy. It's not the right way to arrive at a good understanding world. We all got to make guesses. We should make the best guesses that we can. We should be looking at more statistical, numerically based information instead of picking and choosing anecdotal things. And we should say, I don't know, when we haven't done that work. We should just say, I don't know. And then somebody comes along who you like like listening to them, they've got a point of view, they give it to you, and you think you're in their tribe. You shouldn't necessarily feel like you have to go over and have their point of view because you're in the same group, the same team, the same tribe. Just fucking figure it out for yourself, or say, I don't know. Stop picking up your beliefs from the group that you're in. I don't know. it hurts me. And honestly, it hurts me. All right, I'm going back to some coding. Alright, so I gotta figure out how I'm gonna synchronize these spikes. So if I go to predictive boards, I'll write a little pocket design. Okay. Okay. State of axle control of spoke pieces and associated axle control must be synced. Probably only want one copy of axle controller for each set of spokes. Okay, solution number one. Get rid of those, don't need them. it might be tricky to dedupe though. I think that one's probably not a good way. Ooh, I already have a list of axle controllers. That's kind of cool. This is the obvious part. I don't have to keep repeating it. It's not bad. That's my favorite so far. It's probably the one I'm going to use. The worst part about it is create copy is violated a little bit. What the contract was, it's just supposed to make a copy of the object, period. But I can revise the contract. I can say it should exclude shared instances. That's a good general contractual rule. It should exclude shared instances of things. Yeah, I'll stick with that. Okay. So that's pretty good. Is there another way to do it? I don't want to overlook a good way to do it. Yeah, here's another way. And it might be better. It might be the best one. Okay. Now, 2 and 3 are both serious contenders. So 3 is good because it more cleanly separates axle controller from the spoke piece. It should be performant, because at most there'll only be 5 lookups in one turn, and only when the player pushes on a spoke. 5 because each of the predictions could also perform a lookup. So it's a little bit of extra work, but it's not much. It's not much. Number 1 I'm going to yank out because it will end up allocating extra memory that I don't really want. The deduping thing is not very intuitive to me. It's not really easy to understand. It's a little hard for me to decide between these two. So let's see. Plus. A little more performant, but not noticeably. I'm not going to notice. It's just a little bit of extra execution in this other option here. So what's going to come down to is which one confuses me more, or which one's easier to understand. I think I'm going to go with number 3. So that means I would take the spoke piece and I'd say, no, you're not going to get an axle controller. Not going to. So let's see if I can get rid of the axle controller without much horror. So, CRH, axle, CRH. Just yoink that, it's gone. Okay, so this means I can't pass in the axle controller. Well, I can. And I can use the axle controller to set this axle CRH. Actually, that would be a good way to do it. So we'll say axle controller, get CRH. That's gone. So I can kind of have the best of both worlds here. No non-serialized axle controller. Okay, weirdly, I think I might be going back to the other option, the other one I was a little more into. So but I want to allow for axle controller to be null. So let's leave this. Yeah, no. Damn. It's hard to untangle actually. So if I add it to the board, I think the way it's getting added is through discovery. Okay, so axle controller has got the add to board, but when it adds to the board, it's going to add all the spokes too. In board, create copy. Okay, I think I'm going to change it even again. It's number 4. Okay, back to spoke piece. Just undo everything I did here. Oh, I did a lot. I think that's it. Okay, that should do it. Take that out. Okay. So in predictive boards, no, in board. Oh, this is just a list. Okay. wondering, is an axle a piece? No, it's not. So I can't use mutable linkage, I guess. But I don't need to. It's from axle. It's too much code. Okay, this is kind of terrible. Let me split this off into some other files. Okay, go back to axle controller. I think the next one would be, let's do touch actions. Call it spoke touch actions. I think I can just make these some ints and they'll be a lot simpler. So let's do static read only int push clockwise equals 1. Apparently I'm not using none, so just yank that. I'll say okay. Alright, that took maybe 100 or 200 lines of code out of axle controller, which is a giant file. It's starting to get hard to understand everything going on in it. Okay. So we got axle controller, create copy. Yeah, I think I can just serialize this. Except for the spoke pool. So we say 2 north spoke. No, let's see. North spoke. Sync to 2 north spoke. I suppose I can pass this. So that implements create copy and sync to for axle controller. Let's go back to the predicted, no, to board. There we go. I want to do an add to board there. And that should also add the axle controller in the piece groups on the 2 board side. Okay, I need to pass board. Is it ref board? Stupid ref board. What is it? What are you complaining about? Yeah. So I don't want to double add any children. Skip over them here. Skip over them there. Okay. This reads a little bit better if I put the first check at the beginning. Okay. Hold on, be right back. Let me change my pants. I want comfy pants. It's Saturday. Saturday is time for comfy pants. Okay, so now I gotta handle sync 2. I need a sync on the controllers. Okay. Let's call this from axles. What? What? Okay. So much new code written. What am I missing? I must have broke some stuff in the Axle controller related to the touch actions. Yes, I see all that red down there. Let's spoke touch actions. God damn it, I'm allocating again. Yeah, no reason for me to return a newly created object each time. No reason. This needs isyncable. Kind of curious if the spike edges, if they get updated. Let's see. How do the spike edges, what do they do? What are they for? Are they used for anything at all? So if I just take out this, nothing uses it. Okay, that means I get to get rid of it. Cool. Okay, so touch actions. Spoke touch actions. I wrote the sync too. So we say 2 touch actions. Touch actions. I should do it for that. Oh, I gotta remember to call base sync to. So many things to remember to do. Should be good. Who's got spoke info? Is that spoke piece? I don't think so. It's axle controller, isn't it? So if it's axle controller, is spoke info mutable? It is, but it's alright because I've got sync to here. Okay, that's all good. I might have remembered everything, but a good chance I did not. Oh, god damn you. Why can I not have static constants, C#? It's really fucking stupid. Yeah, this one. Wait a minute, a const object is always static? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. So, if I go... See, whenever I get angry about something, it's usually I'm just ignorant. This might be one of those cases. If I just change this to const, maybe I'll get to use it. Yeah, let's try that. Oh shit, okay, that's good. What other stupid rants do I have that could be diffused by me just learning a little bit more? Maybe that should be my goal, to rant less. Okay. That was an awesome warning. Awesome warning. Thank you. Okay, this is complicated enough that I'm not going to hit play. This is a lot of new code running for the first time. Let's take it from the top level at board. I want to see create copy. I want to see sync to. So there should be one axle. No, there's 0. What? Because I took it from the copy instead of... Okay. And we will stop because it's not going to work. Okay, now there's one. Good. Okay, let's take a look at from axle. North. It's got to transform. Blah, 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 blah. Let's look at 2 axle. It's looking pretty good. Left spikes and right spikes. Okay, cool. Oh no, some kind of failure. Okay, so I know why. Because I removed the spoke pool out of serialization, so I can say equals null. Let's initialize it. There we go. E spoke present, yes, no spokes. Okay. Okay, the first one was okay, so I made one copy, now I'm making a second copy. Was there an error? because it kind of looked like it screwed up down here. Okay, so the new board, what's your count? 1, 1. Okay, that's fine. $75. What are they all? Oh, lots of ice. Okay. Huh? I'd like to see some spoke pieces in there. Yes. Good. Let's see, how many do I expect to find? I was thinking there might be 24, but maybe there's just 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think that's 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 for the axle too. That's right. They're just there at the base. They're not there at every single place. Okay. Is it getting to the end? It is. Good. Okay. Cool. I'm going to hit play. I'm going to let it get to the sync 2 next. Okay. So let's step into one of these. Okay, so 2, it's unlikely to change anything. Alright, that seems okay. Okay, this is nice. It's showing a walk square north, which is now correct. I can walk north. It updated all right there. If I come over here, oop. Alright, I'm going to take a little break, then we'll come back and finish debugging this. It'll just be a few minutes. Back to it. Something failed. Something did fail. There was an attempt to remove a spike from a square that didn't have a spike value in it. I suspect it got out of sync at some point. So it was when I died that it complained, and not before. But let me verify that. Let's just start it over again. Okay. So it wasn't when I died, it was when in a prediction. Is this true? That somebody died? Nope, I'm wrong. So it's in the prediction. What's the action that is being taken? Pushing south, probably. Why would the first two work and not the third one? Yeah, there's some synchronization that's not occurring. Alright. So I haven't seen anything too insightful here. I'm going to have to just slow it down and figure out the first place where something goes wrong and set the appropriate breakpoint. And there might be things that are wrong already in the state that just haven't been picked up yet. So I think as soon as I step south, the movement to walk south in the predictions is going to fail. So I'm going to go ahead and set a breakpoint early. Predictive boards. I think that the first iteration is not going to produce an assertion. So let's hit run, because that was going north. This other one is going south. No, yeah, no assertion yet. Okay, so the action that gave an assertion last time was pushing south, and there was a rotation, and one of the spikes that was removed was on a square that had no spikes. That was one of the things that happened. Maybe that happens again here. It's easy enough to repro that I'm just gonna make sure I understand where it's happening. Where is this? Dang it. Okay, so there's that there. I still don't have an assertion, I think. Okay, cool. Here I think I will get an assertion. Yeah, did. bunch of them though. Let's see, is it one for every spoke piece? Is that it? One for every spike. Let's see, how many is it trying to remove? It should be removing 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. One for each spike. So every spike that it attempted to remove was not present in the prediction board. Could mean a couple of things. Could mean that the spike layer set's not syncing correctly. Could mean a whole bunch of things. I said 2 things. I haven't narrowed it down yet. But the general classes would be spikes aren't syncing correctly, or the axle controller isn't syncing correctly. I don't know. Trouble with this is it takes a lot of time to analyze the data structures and see if they're correct or not. Could make a set of assertions that just checks that everything keeps its integrity. Okay. As soon as the first assertion blows up, though, everything else is in doubt after that, because execution didn't finish inside of the synchronization. So who knows what state it's in after this. I thought of one thing. Okay, I've got this sync and predict here. Where am I at? No, never mind. I was thinking maybe this was clearing before all the synchronization above was done, but no, there's a loop here that'll run 4 times. Execution will come down here, then it'll clear dirty. I guess that'd be another thing is Am I synchronizing the spikes inside of here? I've got this down below. I'm going to change this to disable all of the is dirty stuff. And that way I can just do a quick test to see if that logic is responsible for any kind of problem. Nope, that wasn't it. Okay, let me do a few checks. I've got some stuff in here. I could say okay, I'll check that those are the same. Okay, let's see if my spike layers are synchronizing and copying correctly. Now we'll be able to rule that out or narrow it down to that particular problem. Okay, the copies are fine. Syncs seem to be fine. What about when I come down here? So I don't think, yeah, it's the same assertion as before. Okay, cool. Maybe something is not synchronizing correctly with some of the other objects. I don't think it's from create copy, so I won't worry about checking it there. Also, I'm going to check all the spoke pieces. It might be I haven't introduced a bug. It might be that I'm just discovering a bug for the first time that was there previously. That's another possibility. My logic might be incorrect. Before, I think there was no assertion that would complain if you double removed a spike. You just say, okay, there's no spike there. Fine. Nope, failed already. Okay, it's good to know. Real good to know. Let's take a look at that axle controller. Let's look at Sarah equals. Okay, the spoke CRHs, are they going to be constants? I think they are. They are. North, south, west, east. Okay, do I have... Do I have everything right inside of spoke info? I probably never implemented an equals. I could just use ser equals. That's probably the right way to go with that. I got irritated with equals not meaning anything specific. I made my own version of equals that had a more specific contract. So I'll use that and see if that puts me in a better or worse spot. Get rid of all this. Pretty settled on my approach at this point. Okay. Okay, here they do equal. This is right after the copy, the first sync that's performed there. They do equal each other. So that's of interest. Let me take a look at these two things. Okay, so we got our axle direction. Then there's this present, not present. West is present with left and right spikes. Actually, I'm just going to take a snapshot of this. Let's go. Okay, so I can refer back to that later. So this, I think, is going to pass. I think the thing beneath will pass as well. Play. Okay, then it... What are we doing here? Oh, it's going to have to run this 3 more times. So 3, 2, 1. Okay, now it's waiting for me to make a move. No assertions, I assume. True. Okay, here is where I think it's gonna fail. Let's see what the difference is between them. So from axles, 0. Now it's pointing west. I feel pretty good about this version of the data structure being correct. The 2 axles one is probably not going to be correct. I'm not sure how yet. This is the more useful screenshot actually. Copy to clipboard, bring in Photoshop. Okay. Let's rename this to from axles, second sync. Or this one is from axles, first sync. Okay. And then 2 axles. Two axles, second sync. Okay, now I can compare between these two. Let's see, right now I'm looking at from. There's 2. And I might as well do something to get them both together at the same time. They look like they should succeed in this error equals comparison. I mean, I think it's going to fail. The transform is different, but that shouldn't be compared. Okay, I guess all there is to go into the function that compares them and see what it will complain about. Okay, I've got all in one line, so it's a little tough to see which one is a problem. These should not be a problem. What if I pick 2, 3 together? Is it going to evaluate the whole expression? No, it will not. Okay. Call 72, 72, 43, 43, 12, same. Okay. I'll step into those. I'll step into these. Axle direction. West, west. Yep. Okay. So that looks good. I'm not going to step through all that. Just eyeball it. CRH A 4. Okay. It looks like the same kind of thing. I'll see if it's not by just stepping up. Okay, so does it continue on to the next? It does. So that means the previous one passed. Left should be the same too. No reason to believe not. Okay. Now I think it's calling with right passed in. That should be fine too. Okay, then there's this axle direction which matches. So all of those should be returning true. This assertion should pass. Yeah, that's fine. This is not the thing that blew up, apparently. All right. So that's fine. Probably one of the two other instances is going to debug assert. Okay, so this is for this probably going to be for the south board. South board seemed to do fine. Oh, let's look at Unity. No, whoa, really? Was that for the second run? Okay, so these two don't match, it says. I'm pretty sure that's what it's indicating. So west. West, not present. Present with left. Present with spikes, not present. Okay. North is present. South is present with left and right. Is that the same as what I had? North is present. South with left and right. Okay, that one looks fine. So I was worried about the main board changing, but it doesn't seem to have. So what about the two board? Is that different? It is different. So the axle direction is west. Not present, 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 not present. And this one is present, not present, not present, present. So one of them starting to get hard to track on this. Definitely got the right assertion here. It's picking up something that's wrong. Question is, if we'd performed a sync above, here. Not here, here. Why would it not be synchronized right after? So let me do the same assertion up above. And let me also yeah, okay. Just put this back to play. And turn this off. I also want to know if something messed it up in a different coroutine. I think it'll go in order. I don't think anything else will run. But just to be certain, I'll do that. Okay. So the first one that it performed should pass. It did. I think I can trust Sarah equals, so I don't need to step into that. If it comes back false, then that tells me something. But the problem is, if it comes back false and it asserts in the same line, then I can't see anything. So let's do bool same is same. Let's encapsulate this. Is everything good? Leave that for now. Okay, let's see. Dang it. It did not do assertions. Oh no, it didn't. It did. I forgot to set breakpoints up. Okay, and it did it on one of the boards, not all of them. Which is fascinating to me. I'm guessing that's true. Let's see. Is everything good? 213, 213, 213. Oh. Huh. Which one is that? Oh. Hard to say. Okay. All right. Okay, the first one I think will be successful. Yep. Wait, there's more than one axles? Weird. Okay, so that's successful there. Okay, that's cool. Last one. This one will probably also be successful. Yep, that one's fine too. So the next one I think will fail. Okay. So I can't step into it now. Okay, so the assertion doesn't actually throw an exception. I thought it had, but apparently not. Is that true? Yeah. Because I'm still down here. I'm still in the same thread of execution. Okay, so I get 9 failures. I know there's no point in checking here as well. Oops, I always forget to hit unplay before I make a small change. There we go. So I think what I really want is to understand why my synchronization here doesn't seem to synchronize. Okay, so now I will set this guy. The first one is going to be successful. Okay, true, true. Okay, I hit play to get to the second one. I'm just double checking, no assertions yet. No, other than this stupid one that has nothing to do with my code. Okay, so here's where I should be able to see something going wrong. So I've got from axles I. Should be setting these spokes. Not present, present, present with spikes, not present. And when it comes out of it, it's going to have something that creates an error down here instead. So let's go into 2 axles I. That's nonsense. Okay. North spoke, present. South spoke I expect to be, wait a minute. Let's go back up. Okay, north present, south present with spikes, west and east not present. Okay. North spoke present, south spoke present with spikes, west not present, east not present. Okay, so what does 2 look like now? So after I made that call, north spoke still says not present. Is this the thing where I need to pass a ref? Is it a struct thing? It's just struct thing. I'm almost certain it's a struct thing. Okay. Me and my structs. I don't see any reason to use them. I did earlier on. I don't now. Okay, because I'm going to call all of these. At the end of it, I would have thought that these are all going to be set. I see north not present as opposed to present, south not present as opposed to present with spikes. So I don't quite know why it sometimes works but not other times. But there's something up there, I think it has to do with the struct, and we hit play, and I assume this looks terrible. Yep, looks terrible. Okay, spoke info. Be a class. While I'm at it, let's take a look at touch actions. It's a class. Okay, cool. Okay, no assertion. Okay, that's good. I might have fixed it. Tough bug. Okay, I would have liked to see some kind of death indicator that pushing south would kill me. Also, it looks like I've lost my indicator that I could go north. Even though I can. Oh. That's bad. Man, this is rough. So it is popping a spoke piece from the spoke pool. But that piece is set to null. I don't really get that. Well, it must mean that at some point I put a null value into it. Let's add another assert here. Wait, are you saying the spoke pool is not set? Because that's weird. Oh, 172. No, you're saying the spoke piece that I'm requesting is not available. Okay. Well, no. Huh. It's just really weird. Hard to debug. Tiresome. But I'm not done. I'm not done. I gotta fix this shit. Eat at me if I don't fix it. Let's see. Remove spokes. Okay, now there's a check here. There is a check. It gets performed. Seems to be right. It's not going to remove a spoke unless we've got information that says the spoke is present. Okay. So let me... Let me add a little bit of debug log into the predictive board so that whenever I see an assertion, I'll know which one of the instances it's using, predicting. Okay. So it went 0, 1, 2. Oh, it doubled up on these. Just went ahead and said there's 2 of those. Okay, let's clear. Kind of not great that it's grouping these all together, because I'm relying on the sequence they actually show in. Can you ungroup them? Okay. All right, so then clear. Then okay, so it's the southern one. There's no issue with the sync that I know of. suppose there might be. I didn't have the debugger running. Okay. And hit play because it's the second iteration. Okay. And actually I want to be down here. Let's go down here. Also, alright, whatever. This should be the player walking south. And it's gonna go through a whole bunch of stuff and arrive in the axle controller to rotate. Down here is where it's gonna not be happy. Okay. So it hasn't rotated yet. I can picture it. I can picture that the west spoke should be present with no spikes. True. East spoke should be present with spikes, left and right. South and north should be not present. So that's good. No spikes, but I'll just take a quick look. This is let's see, 2 west. Alright, here I'm checking the board for spoke pieces. thinking of one problem that there might be. Been using that pool thing, but I don't know, maybe it's not working right. What's your spoke piece? That one's fine. Okay. I just want to make sure all of these are unique, right? They are. So nothing's requesting the same thing twice. About 3. Same deal. Okay, so it's going to go through three pieces. Six pieces. Is that the number of pieces that I originally created though? If I look at is it axle controller add to board? One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 6 per spoke. Alright, let's set a breakpoint and go through this a little faster. Okay, so it made it through the west one. Let's keep going. It will be present. Okay, there'll be 6 of these. So that's 6, 5, 4. Oh, 4. So this one here, not so good. What's the CRH? 75, 43, 12. So this is, where am I at? I'm in axle controller, remove spoke for, is it the east spoke, present, left and right spokes, okay. In general, this is for, hey, Drifter. What's going on, man? I checked out the handmade stuff. What was it? Handmade Network. Just to see what was up with that. Yeah. And you can add a couple more hours, 2 or 3 hours this morning too. I didn't stream. But yeah, the handmade stuff was interesting, but yeah, it's not my quest right now. I could say that. Have to write your game from scratch, or your whatever your tool is, just do it from scratch, make it perform. I understand it. I understand the reason for doing it. Yeah, so it's kind of cool. Yeah. There's one other developer I followed that's in that group a little bit. Guy that made Braid and the Witness games. Why am I forgetting his name? Jonathan Blow. He came up with that Jai programming language compiler thing. Yeah. I'll say one thing. He's got a point. You know, when he does a compilation and it's like the whole thing's done in less than a second. That's pretty impressive. It does make you say, what are we doing? What are we doing? With all of our tools that we've just accepted that they'll continue to run at the same speed, even though the computers get much faster. Yeah. In the middle of a tricky debugging session. Yeah, the thing that bugs me about that project is he's got 2 things he's focusing on. One is the game, which looks cool. I'd like to play it. And then the second thing is the tool. It feels like a little too much if you're in indie to take on both those things at the same time. We've got a long wait ahead of us for either of the things to get done, because he's got to do both at the same time. That's cool. That's cool. Let me see. Okay. I should stay on this debugging session. Okay, so there's no spoke in my square. Is that true for all of them after this, or just that one? Is there something special about this square? That's cool. I'm sure the guy knows what he's doing. I'm just impatient for both of those two things to be finished. More so the game. Yeah, I mean this is one time where I might not chat as much, just because I've got this stuff loaded into my head right now. It's pretty tough. So I will work a little bit focused. Feel free to lurk. Yeah, of course. Let's see. So I'm curious, is this location like, where is it relative to the axle? Okay, 72, 43, 12. And then, okay, 73, 43, 12, axle. So that means it's going to be going to be the east spoke. So here's 73. It's going to be this one right here. So right there, I got a null. It's a weird place to have a null. It doesn't seem like it's really a magical spot or anything. Hopefully this will keep executing. Okay, that's going to push a null, which causes later problems. So it's not really my pool that's messed up. Okay, let me see if the next one is also null. I don't think it will be. No, that one's fine. at this point it's fucked. But something else fucked it earlier. Okay, how do I want to narrow this down? The thing that would fill in that square would have been adding a spoke on the previous turn. Previous sync. Let's see, this is going to be for south predictive board. For walk south predictive board. Previous sync on sync for south board. At the end of it, is there a spoke in 75, 43, 12. Okay. I could set a watch. I could set a watch on just that one square. I don't think anything's writing it. I think it's something that's not writing it. So I'll probably start out the beginning of my synchronization, and all the spoke pieces will move around, maybe except one. And that might be the problem. So maybe it is worthwhile to set a watch, just to narrow it down to that. Okay. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. Play. Well, hey, Kevin. I got to clarify your question a little bit. when you say instantiate, to me there's no drawing that occurs immediately after you've called instantiate and it returns an instance. So I'm a little bit confused. I think the drawing comes later. So instantiate, you'd add it to your scene, and then the drawing would come in a frame update after that. But I may misunderstand your question too. Well, if you've instantiated an object, the next time the update method is called on any of your game objects, the drawing of the object you instantiated would be complete, as long as it's parented within the scene. But by default it would be. Yeah, and I got a feeling like maybe I didn't answer your question very well, but maybe it's helpful, I don't know. Okay, so the question here is, will it do the job I meant it to do? Where is it? Predictive boards. Okay. Sync and predict. Set a breakpoint. Sure. I do. It's the same game I played when I was a little baby. I didn't know it was the Tower of Hanoi. It was just some cones with blocks on them, or rings on them. So if I go this way, it's not necessarily messed up yet. So let me take my breakpoints off. Okay, go west. This one should be fine. This should be I equals 0 on this last one. Yes. Okay, cool. So we'll skip past this iteration. Second iteration. Okay. So now I'm looking for some trouble with $75, 43, 12. to what, predictor boards. Okay. Okay, so are you, let's see. I like that you have a stacked data structure to represent logically the positions of the rings. And if I understand the problem, the logical structure isn't matching how the rings are in the world as far as what order they are on the rods. So it seems like a little bit complicated of a situation you've laid out to be able to just read the text you're writing and say, here's where the problem's going to be. You give me some context though, it might be narrowed down a little bit. I can tell you things I would look for. I would say that if you're adding your rings to your stack data structure and you're using like the order of things happening in the scene as a way to add those, that's probably going to be brittle. You'd be coupling the contents of your stack to events happening inside of the scene. Seems like anyways, that'd be one area to look in, but again, it might have nothing to do with that. It's a little bit tricky, unless you can narrow it down to one a question that's a little bit tighter. Then we could maybe do something. I don't know if I want to dig into your code. That's a whole different thing. But that would be another way to do it. If there was a little bit of code, not like a giant set of source files. If you had a little snippet of code and you're wondering about that, then I wouldn't mind looking at that. Okay, so this is where it's probably going to screw up. Set this first. then it is 75, 43, 12. I probably just lost my place over another one. 75, 43, 12. Yeah, I lost it. Okay. 75, 43, 12. 75, 43, 12. 75, 43, 12. 75, 43, 12. Okay. 75. All nulls, all nulls, all nulls. There, watch it. Add the watches. Okay. So there it's null. I haven't synced yet though. After I sync, maybe things are different. Take another look. PB board. What about 74? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Okay, so there's one that's set. Probably 76 is set. Okay. Oh, I'm wrong. Yeah, I agree. But I mean, it's not the same thing as plagiarizing if you're just like looking at the general solution that they came up with. But okay, here's the thing. I could maybe make a guess at, Kevin. You've got a stack, and you're pushing your rings onto it, and you're saying they're in the wrong order. Okay, so you've got some event which is pushing the rings onto the stack, and it's whatever that event is. If it's based on some kind of it's based on some assumed order of things happening in your scene that's incorrect, then the logic that you're using is probably not right. What's I can't easily scroll back up to your description above. Okay. So another thing is you got some code that spawns your rings. You could do an analysis of the rings after they're all spawned, and you could say, for all my game objects that are rings, where are they located, and maybe like their position off the transform as a Y variable, and that would tell you its vertical position in the scene. And from that you could do some finagling to populate your stack as well. But I would zero in on how you're populating the stack. You're saying the stack is in the wrong order. It's reversed. So something's happening not in the order you expected it, perhaps. The other thing is, you can set breakpoints in your code too, and see how it's getting called. What are the things that is making the code execute, and that can give you insight too. It's the kind of debugging I'm doing right now is I've got my breakpoint set, yeah, exactly. So the principle I'm following right now might even be the same principle for you to follow, which is, when is the first point in time you know something is screwed up, and narrow down the place in execution where this state is generated. And then you can be looking at things in the debugger, and you can see, okay, this code ran this way, therefore it produced this result that I don't want, that was unexpected. But yeah, I don't know if you've done any work with a debugger and stepping through, Kevin, but I will say it's really common for people that are a little new coding to not get around to learning the debugger until a year or two into that journey, because you can do a lot without using the debugger, but then when you use it, it's a world changer. Yeah, that's where everyone starts, because it seems like it seems a little hard to get the debugger going, but it's powerful stuff. So you could set a breakpoint right at the line where it adds a ring to your stack, and you could say, okay, this is getting called Y. Right? It's probably like your trigger is getting executed, and then it calls that. You can also, I don't know. It's good stuff. It's good stuff, for real. Let's see. Now my problem, which is maybe not entirely unsimilar to Kevin's. Okay, so after the sync, the 754312 is not set. So is it a case where sync 2 is just not calling everything it needs to? Let me see. Let's go. This is fine. Do something like this. We'll say yeah, okay. Yeah, are you familiar, Kevin, with the MVC pattern, model view controller? Okay. So your stack is what you say is your model. It's your logical state. Okay. Your controller is what acts upon the model to update it. The view is what displays everything. And it could be extended to other things like sound. But it sounds like you've got view code updating your model instead of controller code, which is conceptually it might be a little hard to get right now, but if you've got like some things happening in your game that are really about viewing, drawing things at certain times or updating, rendering, you don't want updates to your model to be tied to those events. So you don't want like the order that things are drawn into affect your model, which is your stack, which is saying where the rings are. So I don't know. I think I would maybe take Drifter's advice and just look at some other implementations. I'm not saying you got to rewrite everything from scratch, but having some kind of cleaner separation between your model and your view is probably going to be helpful. If not, it's I don't know. For me, it brings a lot of clarity. Sometimes you can think you're really close to solving something, but if your underlying code is written in a way that is relying on bad assumptions and premises, then you might not actually be that close, and you're just kind of like tweaking things to see if I just do one little thing, is it going to make it work? Is it going to be good? And it won't be good because you don't really understand how it is that you're arriving at the result. Okay, you reinstantiate the disk using a for loop. It instantiates the smallest to largest. What is the thing which causes your ring to be added to a stack? Like what is the calling code that says stack add ring to it? Is it a trigger event? Is it game object start event? Is it something else? Well, I mean, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to be. I don't want to be like rude, but probably I want to make some progress on this thing that I'm doing. So that might be diving in too deep for me, but for somebody else, like Drifter may be interested. I don't know. But I do want to get some attention focused on the problem I've got. If you've got more targeted questions, like if you say, what's the default order of things when you put them in a stack? And I go, yeah, okay, I could tell you that. Or, why does the trigger code not ever get called, or something like that? If it's more targeted, then I can help out a little bit. I just don't want to get into a place where I'm jumping into your code or looking at your code. Alright, so then we go the axles, sync the mutables. Okay, when I sync the axles, that actually isn't gonna. There's no way it can fix anything there, so I'll just take these out. So then I want to know, I think this will all be good, but let's take a look. All board pieces. not all the board pieces, all the spoke pieces. Let's do this. Huh. So I'm relying on these. Okay. Got some pieces that are not actually they're not actually on the board. That's probably the root of my problem, or at least it's a problem. It's like, how could it even work the way I've got it? Could give these spoke pieces this has got to be it right here. This has got to be the problem. So I'm pooling these pieces because I didn't want to be allocating new pieces all the time. But when they are removed from the board, there's still code here that's going to go and set a square to null in an attempt to move them. So I got some different options. How to handle spoke pieces that are out of, are not attached to the board right now. I got some code here that should prevent it already, though. So I'm saying that saying if the spoke piece is on the board, set it to null. At the old location. And then set it at the new location. So this should do it though. Yeah, I've got another check here. So do this sync. I gotta go through and see which is the one that is not moving to the new location and filling in. Oh. I think I know one thing that would cause it. If it was removed from the board, but because of its position in the pool, it's still not considered to have moved, so therefore it skips over move piece. Okay, that could be it. So I could maybe fix it. So let's see. Spoke. Cool. Man, Drifter, you're powerful. Your limit, 50,000 lines of code? No, you won't do more than 50,000. 49,000? Yeah, no problem. Okay, that looks good. I got back my prediction and I can walk over here. That's nice. Dang it. Okay, what is asserting now? Same thing. I did fix one bug, but it wasn't the only bug. There's more than one bug to fix. there's one other case. No, never mind. Okay. What? No debug log at all? Just never gets called? Well, the spoke piece is mutable though, right? get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Kevin, I'd put it maybe in the code where you add to your stack. Drifter might have a different suggestion. He's actually looked at the code. No, there are no mutables. There are no mutables in the front piece. In the predictive board. None. Why not? Oh. Okay. Because the absolute controller is adding them to the board directly instead of letting the regular way of adding them happen. Okay. Should I say piece till add? No. So I need to do that. Okay, so let me say piece util. Piece to board. New spoke piece. What's the second board? Yeah, that one. Okay. Am I calling this? Did I remember to call this? I did not. Somewhere I've got spoke pool. Let's change this to do a release to a pool. Oh. Which one? Spoke piece? Oh, wow, okay. Cool. This will fail though. What are you talking about? Oh, it's isyncable piece, not spoke piece. Okay, am I right? Let me check. Yeah. The fuck? Did it not just... Weird. So inside of board. What are you talking about? Oh, because it's a multi-piece child, so that's fine. Okay, so it's fine for it to just kind of skip past if it's a multi-piece child. Some other error that came up. That one would have been benevolent. This one, what's going on with that? On the brawler? Huh. Okay. So it's getting past the spoke piece. It doesn't match. Let's look at the calling code. It's a 2-piece, spoke piece, from piece, brawler piece. Why didn't this assertion fail? Maybe I don't understand types very well. Oh, I didn't add an immutable linkage for it. Still, it should just return null. So from piece is a brawler. Let's add immutable linkage. Give me the 2-piece that corresponds to the from piece, and it's returning an instance of this, but why? Okay, where do I set the linkage? Let's see. Go ahead. This will fail. Okay, so if I look at the front pieces, I've got all the spoke pieces at the end because they were created in a certain way. So if I look at the two pieces, they're all at the beginning. So what I should do to make this bulletproof and not dependent on the order that things are added in is look up that's one approach. I could look up by column row height. That's probably a good way to do it. That's probably the best way to do it. Okay. I don't need this. One piece gets here. Good start. Damn, then I lost it. Huh. See if I can nail the repo. Okay, insertion failed right away when I went west. Good. Okay, so this is predicting on the first one. I move to the left. It's a bunch of moves that don't move. That's weird. Okay. So let me look at those. So, this to here. Why would it skip? Spoke piece from there to there. Okay, that looks healthy. I know what it's doing. It's friggin' grouping these stupid messages. That's why. Okay, so these should be fine. That's not the problem. Are you grouping? Yeah, you're grouping. Alright, stupid grouping. Yeah, those are all fine. So it's saying that for the prediction going north, we'll move how many? 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 12. So 6 for each spoke. And let's see, where is it saying it's going? $72, $45, $13. $70. Which one is 70? $73 should be the axle. $73.43. So 72.45. Doesn't make sense to me. Did I get those reversed? Should be right. Oh, I guess it makes sense. Okay. Because the north predictive state would have already been set so that it's pointing vertically. So all of these are going to be set at 72, 72, 72 for all their old stuff. And it's going to move them back to the horizontal case. So these should be all like 69, 42, okay. Let me see which one it's complaining about for the failure here. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not this one. Or if it is that one, I mean. Okay. Oh my god. This is going to be 43. 2, 0, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Then this little spike thing here is going to be 3 down, 1 over. 1, 2, 3, 1 over, bam, like that. Okay. That's not right. Oh, it's 6 assertions. Okay. Let's try and remove spikes. $71, $42 is going to be here and here. $70, $42. $69, $42. I don't think I could go out that far. that right? $72, 43, 12, 72, 43, 12. Okay. Well, that changes it a little bit. Okay, so 7142. It's going to be 7142 is here, here. And it's also going to go over to 69. So 6942 should be there. Yes, 7042. Then it'll also remove spikes. One level up. But saying we can't do it. Saying we cannot do it. Why would that be true? it's for moving north. There it's good. After the initial sync, it's good. Okay. Then for prediction 0. Moving north, it resets from a vertical set of spokes to a horizontal set of spokes in preparation to perform the command. So it resets 12 spokes pieces. I think that's right. Check that out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 12. Okay. So it moves the 12 spoke pieces from vertical to horizontal. And it completes the sync. Okay, we're still on the first prediction, the north prediction. Yes. Okay. Then when it performs the north walk, initiates a counterclockwise rotation. Remove spokes from the board. But it's like they're already removed by something else. And it didn't complain about all of them. Only some. The ones that were north, on the north edge. Is that right? So, how many complaints about the spikes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10. Only 10? That's a weird number. Huh. Okay, so then if it's only 10, then which ones are they? So these ones are on the south edge. 69, 44, 70, 44. 69, 44, 70, 44. So this one and this one. Not this one. I don't know why. Did not complain about that one. Now, these ones make more sense because they're just all of the spikes on the north edge. They're just up here. So complain about 10 of 12 spikes. And that's confusing to me. Okay. Well, that's true. Then after remove the spikes from the board, and this is false. Because now on the northern prediction, the axle's rotated, so that would be false, so that's good. Okay. So over here, I move my spoke pieces. It looks successful. Okay. Then rotation. The thing I don't get is why didn't it log before? So this is in sync and predict. But inside of sync 2, I would have thought that it would give me some log messages there. I didn't see any. Yeah, this stuff here. Get rid of this. That's the weird part. So I say predicting I equals 0, and suddenly it's doing this rotation stuff. But I didn't get any logging for the other events that should have happened. So this up here should have called into sync 2. What's up with that? So I got this log predicting I equals, and then it goes straight into rotate 1 next. It makes it look like it didn't even call the sync. This was not logged. Let's try it again. Oh, it's a friggin' grouping again. It's gonna be that grouping. Oh, stupid grouping. Goddamn grouping. It's just gonna be grouping. That's all it is. Yeah, all this goddamn bullshit. Okay. Alright, fine. So now at the end of it, for 3, that's true. For 0, or 0? False at the end. That's the only one that pushes and rotates it. Okay, so then I go 1 over, and okay. So this is pretty cool. Now I've narrowed it. So at the end of this last bit of sinkage, the spikes are where they're expected to be. So somewhere between sync 3 and the beginning of the rotate, I'm losing my spikes. So something happens between those 2 points of execution. Board sync 3. At the end of the sync, spikes are where they should be, exactly where they should be. Then when I go into the board updater, let's check here. In the board updater, there's let's see, lock, It's like that right here, it's screwed. So what happens before then? We rotate counterclockwise. It'll probably be screwed here too. Let's see. Board updater. Let's try that. See if I can get a little bit tighter. All right. Ouch. So at the end of my sync here, returning back from the sync to sync and predict. Is that, huh, wow. Here it shouldn't be entirely done synchronizing. It's successful. It's all on the north prediction. And then coming back to sync and predict. Make sure I got this right. So I came back to that thread there. It would have synced the PB board. This is getting tough. 'Cause what else is running that could execute and update that? I don't get it, man. Do not get it. This might be one I gotta sleep on. Okay, I'll try one more test. See what it tells me. almost like memory corruption. That's not something I should be able to do in C#. So I pass. Oh, it might be my debug code. I should double check that. Okay, so board sync to. Like I could be checking against the wrong board. Yeah, I'm checking the wrong board. Okay. So it's probably fucked up earlier. Oh yeah, so this is false the whole time. So it's just retaining its state from the previous pass, 0. So it was true, 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 true. And then we did a rotate, and it correctly set this to false as part of its enactment of the walk north command for the north prediction. Then we went and did 2 and 3 predictions. Those are not interesting. Then I made a step in the game world, eat west. We started work on the north prediction again. Sync to 1. Spikes. False, false, false. So the thing that is confusing then, the new confusing thing, is why doesn't this synchronization overwrite that? So it's not that something's messing up that square, it's something is not fixing it, something's not syncing it. So go into the spike layer set. Oh. If the object's layout issues inside the editor, so the solution worked out. Huh. Okay. Still feels a little janky that his code problem is happening because of something inside of the layout, but well, sometimes that's how it goes. Yeah. Alright, now why is this failing? Could be the dirty flag stuff. Should just turn off all my dirty clean logic for a bit. Let's turn that off. Just say it's always going to be dirty. Do you specifically mean triggers, or do you mean just events in general? I gotcha. Okay. Let's see. Let's clear that. Well, that seemed to have fixed it. Just my clean dirty logic wasn't correct. Apparently. Let's see what other bugs I got. Death, 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 death. Ah, that's the one I wanted. So that means it's not going to be real clear to the player, but it means if I push west, I will die because the spikes will land on top of me. Ludicrous! Hey, Ludi. Devil. I'm not going to call you Ludicrous Devil every single time. That's just too many syllables. You happen to catch me right at the point of victory. I've been working on about 8 hours on debugging different problems with predicting the outcome of these axles when they rotate, and some of them were pretty tough, but looks like I got it all down now. Oh, you're right. And prior to this session I had 2 hours, maybe 3, so my brain's a little frazzled, but I've got like a nice little dopamine hit here from solving a hard problem. Yeah. Alright, let me bring this guy over. Now that's downright confusing for the player, but it is correct. I might have to think about how to simplify the display a bit. Some other bug happened. Okay, I'm not done debugging, but I am done debugging tonight. Thanks, Drifter. Thanks, Ludi, for joining. I'm gonna resume this tomorrow. See you around. Oh, I will. I will. You bet. You too. Starlets. I haven't met you before, but thanks for joining. See you all later. Anamoo. Good night.